Just a moment, we're having technical difficulties. Cable management is there we go. Cable management is very important. Always make sure you have proper management of your cables, because you might trip on them. Like, look at all these cables I have. They're all over the place. They could be a terrible disaster. Anyways, it's me, Jacob Evans Pickles. We're doing the same thing we always do, and I was gonna ask a question, right? But I don't know. God damn, I look good. What question to ask, right? Because I don't really know. Let me make sure I got volume real quick. What question to ask, right? Oh, okay, we got volume, wonderful. Drip, Seiko, custom. Yes, it does. Is it doing the thing again? Where it really makes me grouch. Is it because I don't have enough light? Maybe if I don't move, right? Okay, I'll just stop moving. See what happens. The camera keeps like... I feel like I look really short. Did it again? Okay, it's not doing it. Let's see. Sorry, I'm seeing what makes my camera go in and out of focus, right? Because it's like, oh, there it goes. Interesting. Sorry, one second. Just doing some... Interesting. Anyways, hey, look, it's my hand. It looks really good. More light? Less light? I don't know. To ask a question, why do people ask questions, right? Like, what is the purpose of a question? Is it to... is it to gain information? Are you trying to maybe pose information in a different way, right? Like maybe somebody doesn't know something, right? So you ask them, like, okay, what if they don't know? God, I can't think of a good example. I'm trying to just bullshit right here, so I apologize. Are we asking a question, or are we looking for an answer? If I had a question right now, it would be... about... It'd probably be about what songs should I cover, right? And or how do I increase performance? Because performance is important. You never want to be told that was a below average performance, Who wants to be below average? I think I covered this recently when I was discussing discussing a nuanced take on it was a very I don't remember what I was talking about. What was I discussing performance in regards to? Because there can be different, like, is it a athletic performance? Is it a musical performance? Is it a work evaluation? Is it is it an academic performance? Is it maybe like when you go to get your driver's license, right? To perform. Sorry, my shit's all like fucked up right now. I can't. I do feel like my performance is increasing. I feel like, especially with my last stream, I feel like I was really concise and I had an excellent straw man argument, I posed a question, right? Then I answered my question, and then I gave a nuanced breakdown of what, different opinions, right? It might be varying opinions and diverse, a diverse, detailed breakdown of what I was discussing at the time. I know we should do more current events. Current events are a lot of fun. I have something I've been thinking about, been working on a little bit, and I don't know if it's any good. Actually, it's pretty decent. It's not bad. I'm not really warmed up though. Well, it might be a little rough. I was scared of dentists and the dark. Oh, I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversations. Of all my friends, they're turning green. Magicians, apprentices, their dreams. lump in my throat, 'cause I'm gonna fuck my chords up. There's this movie that I think you'll like. This guy decides to quit his job, he heads to New York City. This cowboy's been running from himself. Oh, she's been living on the highest shelf. Yeah, sorry. And oh, they come unstuck. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna sing these words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. Goddamn it. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna sing these words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna sing these words wrong. Lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I can't hit my strumming very correctly. Just hold on 1 second. You're gonna sing these words wrong. Oh, lady, running down to the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat, 'cause you're gonna sing these words wrong. And a little bit of work on it, but that's something I was supposed to go like. I was scared of dentists in the dark. I was Did you like that? I've been, that was the first cover I ever learned of something I've, spending a lot of time on. This is another one that, I thoroughly enjoy. F sharp, C sharp, G sharp minor B, F sharp, C sharp, G sharp minor B. Alright, is that the whole way down, right? F sharp, B, F sharp diminished 7, B, that's interesting. That's not what that's not what I originally learned, but you know what, we'll take it. It's kind of easier. Alright, let me see, let's go back to the verse. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. Hold on, I'm fucking it up. I need to get my timing down. I was a little bit off, you know, a little bit off. Okay, so somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules, you know I hit the ground running. It makes sense not to live for fun. When your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. So much to see, so much to do. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't blow. And hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on and go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on and get paid. When all that glitter gets gold, only shooting stars break the mold. When all that glitter it's gold, only shooting stars break the mold. Whole place and they say it gets colder if you're rolled up now. Wait till you get older, but the media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. Ice we skate, it's getting pretty thin. The water's pretty warm, so you might as well swim. My world's on fire, how about yours? This is the way I like it, and I'm never getting bored. And hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on and go play. And hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on and get paid. When all that glitter it's gold, only shooting stars break the mold. With all that glitter it's gold, only shooting stars break the mold. Fuck, sorry, my hand got really sore there. I'm doing the chorus wrong, but I think it works out pretty well anyways. Somebody once asked, could I spare some change for gas? I need to get myself away from this place. I say, yep, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules, you know I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. When your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to see, so much to do. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't blow. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on and go play. And hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on and get paid. When all that glitter it's gold, only than what I'm doing, but I'll go okay. What's an F sharp diminished 7? Sounds like ass. If I just click on it. It is, look, okay, we're talking on the 2, or 2, 2, then we go boop, bloop, like that. Why does that sound like fucking cheesy ass? I guess they play it differently, right? That is a very unique chord, though. I mean, I'm impressed that band. Impressed they use that. Okay, so B. That's gonna take a little practice, but I can get her down eventually. Ooh, yeah, it's gonna take a wee bit of practice. Or we just chord it out. F sharp B, 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 F sharp E. What? Oh, that's cool. Hold on. That could be really useful. I could really add a little. Okay, hold up. Hey now, you're a star. You can go play. And hey now, you're a rock star. The show gonna get paid and all that is gold. We shooting stars. Okay, I definitely get the E in there somewhere. Beautiful. I'd also like to use that F sharp diminished. I don't like, not like, I know I like totally just like kind of massacre the actual song, but I do try to like use all their chords correctly. Because I at least want to like, you know, have some like respect and what's the word, like integrity or character or something. I don't know. Like, it's not my song. I didn't write this song. I'm just like using it to my own advantage, you know. But I do appreciate that they wrote it, and I think it's a great song. Oh wait, okay, I got an excellent example because I love Ed Sheeran, right? And I do not play his songs the way he wrote them, right? And I think that's being a lazy musician. I think on my part that makes me a very lazy musician, and I'm not being very diligent or not so much like disrespect's the wrong word, right? It's more like I don't know what I would call it. I don't like how I do it. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't, right? It's like, I don't know, it's a tough thing, you know? I really wish I could, like, sit down with them and, like, have them, like, show me what they play, right? And then be like, okay, that's really cool, thank you. Because it's really hard for me to, like, even though I can, like, read music and do tabs and shred and do all this random shit, it is really fucking hard for me to, like, take a tab and sit down and like listen to the song and like play it as the tab shows it. And then a lot of the times the tab isn't right, but lately there's a lot of like official tabs up on Ultimate Guitar, which I think are absolutely amazing, and everybody should you know, really should should use them and pay for, you know, I don't know. Because it's like, What was I thinking? Which one do I want to do? I guess I could do. Oh, see, I can't strum and hit my thing at the same time. You guys want some treble? I don't like treble very much. I feel weird and anxious. I feel like my guitar's a little high. Yeah, I'm playing guitar. What's up? Alright, 1 second. BRB. leather strap. I don't know. I like it quite a bit. There's some. I used to have a different one, but a little windy outside. I opened my window because my room smells weird. But that's besides the point. Alright, so where was I? Alright, I was discussing a question, right? Today we pose a question. I bought some food from the liquor store. It's a little shit, but I still enjoy it. And the question I have today is, okay, so I was looking at the the situation with the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if I can pronounce that correctly. I'm a little illiterate on occasion, and I got really grouchy, right? Because I'm a big Grouchosaurus Rex, and I was really confused as to how this conflict arose. Because I was like, who's grouching? What are they grouching about? Like, it seems silly. I can't think of a good, Free Willy. Not Free Willy. I was, trying to think of, like, let them through, let my people go, something, I don't know, parting the Red Sea, perhaps, but, they have these little warboats, right, and when I say little warboats, they're, like, really little warboats, and I was like, that's kind of cute, it's really fun. It's really fun. And I was thinking, like, okay, so just imagine, right, for whatever reason, they're like, what's that line from End of the World? I can't even, hold on, we'll just bring it up real quick. We'll just bring up End of the World really quick. You guys remember that? You guys remember, the original memes, right? Not shoe on head. End of the world. Does she put shoes on her head? That seems kind of silly,
Hawkeye. So, here's the Earth. Showing. Damn, that is a sweet Earth, you might say. Wow. Alright. Ruling out the ice caps melting, meteors becoming crashed into us, the ozone layer leaving, and the sun exploding, we're definitely going to blow ourselves up. Okay. So basically, we've got China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, and us with nukes. We've got about 2,600 more than anybody else. Whatever. Anyway, one day we decide those Chinese sons of a bitches are going down. So we launch a nuke at China. While it's on its way, China's like, shit, what the fuck is shooting us? Oh well, fire missiles. Then France is like, shit, guys, we got the missiles, they are coming, fire our shit. But then let's have a nap. Then fire the missiles. Meanwhile, Australia is down there like, WCF, mates. India, Israel, and Pakistan launched their shit, so now we've got missiles flying everywhere, passing each other. Russia's like, motherland! Then England's like, that's all my chaps.
That one. The Russia one. Shall we replay it for old time's sake?
Like, motherland! Then England's like, that's all my chaps.
That's what I was thinking. Anyways, so they launched their mosquito fleet, right? into, you know, 4 U.S. aircraft carriers, handful of destroyers, handful of cruisers. And I was like, you know, it's not a bad strategy, right? I mean, it's a complete suicide mission, but it's like, if you were going to, because, like, the cruisers and destroyers are probably obviously a lot more mobile than a carrier, right? But, like, because you gotta think of weaponry on these, excluding the fighters being launched off the carriers, and any form of, like, there would be, because we wouldn't have any forces on the ground, right? So there'd be no ground support. And if they had like artillery, like behind a mountain, right? They could be able to effectively launch an attack, because the weapons from the boats go boom, but they could go over, right? I mean, eventually they'd probably figure out, like, oh, we need to shoot over the mountain, but, like, it's probably a little tricky. But I'm sure they have the equipment, and the those guys aren't idiots, you know, work pretty hard. But, like, you know, there's like, what, 2,000 of these mosquitoes, and, like, probably like 10 and 10, maybe more. Who knows how many? Let's see, how many did I see? I saw, like, that's probably too many. It's probably like 6 and 5 and 6-ish, maybe more. Hard to say. So you have like 20 targets, right? 25. We'll go with 25 targets, right? And you have 2,000 of these little just floating about, right? And you're probably launching like 10, 15 fighters, right? Plus helicopters. I feel like it'd be more, but I don't think it's too much more. 10, 15-ish. Don't quote me. I haven't double checked my numbers in a long time. And if these mosquitoes possessed, you know, anti-armor weaponry, right? Or if they just can C4, right? They just run out, slap C4, and just blow it up, right? But it'd take a lot more than probably, you know, like one. Maybe not. How much, like, I don't know how much damage, like, a brick of C4 can do, right? It can do a lot, though. Would it punch through, like, you know, multiple, I don't know how thick the hull is, right? Or if you hit it in enough spots, because I doubt the machine guns mounted on those things are gonna, maybe enough, right? I'd be curious to know what caliber those machine guns are. Maybe it was like but they're kind of small boats, and if you put too big of a caliber, it's just gonna I mean, even if it's, you know, securely mounted to the boat, it's still gonna, like, boat's going this way, carrier, little mosquito coming up, right? So it's just gonna that'd be slightly comedic. Some sort of, like, anti-armor missile launcher, rocket launcher, perhaps, you know, grenade launchers, napalm, maybe like plasma torch, a lightsaber. Actually, wow, yeah, there's no way they're getting through it, huh? They could raid, huh? They could just literally you know, just board the ship. That's probably not gonna end well for them, though. Yeah. Damn, I was trying to think about how this could work, right? You know, just in case they felt like it, right? You know, why not? Like, get balls hard and just go for it, right? What we should do, you know, I really don't think it's fair that we tried to steal their uranium. Why are we doing that? Talk about a classless act. You know, absolutely no honor, and I think it's just, like, despicable, detestable behavior, and not very, like, becoming of, you know, the United States of America. You know, class, act with honor, use a diplomatic, let's sit at a table and discuss things approach first. Just because we have, the most obnoxious army, military might on the goddamn planet doesn't mean we need to like show up and just be like we're just here, right? Like we're not even doing anything useful. We're just like preventing. We're just it's not doing anything, and it's not nothing on the our armed services. That's our leaders. Making some bad calls. I feel like maybe perhaps feeling a little rushed or pressured. To like do something, right? Like we gotta do something now, right? And it's like, well, Donald Trump is not a military commander. I highly doubt he even has much experience in foreign affairs, let alone navigating, religious cultures, different sects, 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 understanding like developing countries and what they need, what they want, and what use they can provide to us and what use we can provide to them. Because there's no reason we should be like bullying another country. I really appreciated Russia, like meeting with them. I thought that was really cool. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, 9/11 will never happen again. Never forget. I know I never did. Patriot Act for the win. I also think helicopters and private, private jets, private airliners, should not be used if you're an important person. Juice WRLD, Kobe Bryant, two of the best people on the planet. And they're no longer here. Plus, members of Kobe's family, the pilot, and so forth. Truly horrifying fucking accident. Big Three. That's the other one I was forgetting. Richie Valens, Buddy Holly, Big Bopper. Clear Lake, Iowa. I used to live there, in fact. And I think it's beyond a fucking tragedy. It is. It's I can't describe it. It's something that should have never happened. And I think it's due to a slight. The Big Three. This one gets a little tough for me because, I don't think artists should be forced to like tour that hard because and also they need to be given proper accommodations. Like if you're going into fucking Iowa in the middle of goddamn winter, your fucking bus needs to have heat. Bring some blankets, like be dressed appropriately. Like they were fucking freezing on the goddamn bus, and it's like, damn, that's fucking brutal. I've somewhat been there, not nearly to that extent, because I knew like it was cold and I didn't have heat. So I had gloves and a hat, a little cozy, and I had snow pants and shit and a scarf, whatever. And I've existed in Iowa, for a long time. These guys did not come from Iowa; they were from the South, and that had to be miserable. I ride my bike to work, and in the mornings it can get kind of chilly, right? And it's like it actually gets way chilly, and my little fingers get really chilly. It pains me greatly. I need to wear my other gloves. I have these big leather ones because they're usually like my kind of thin, more casual wear, perhaps per se. Maybe like a pair of driving gloves, right? But I got these really thick mittens that are leather, and they have they're just packed with king stuffing. They're really nice. They're really warm. They're incredibly comfortable. I don't like using them because, like I said, they're mittens, and they make me feel like like a walrus. But yeah, helicopters and private aircraft, seems really sketchy, I can't imagine anything good happens on them, you know, like, you know why they use them? It's to bypass security. Because they're hiding something. So I posed the question. What are they hiding? You know? Because, you know, that plane lands and you got a kilo or a couple pounds or like, you know, a bunch of stacks of cash, right? And you brought it across state lines. That's a felony. And I feel like we should be searching private aircrafts, every single fucking one, before more tragedy occurs. Also, something I noticed, Virginia it is legal to possess and grow marijuana, right? But it is not legally sold in retail stores. You're literally promoting fucking crime. You're literally promoting fucking crime. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong one fucking bit. Or you can get it medically, right? Almost worse, because then people with the medical card are literally like the plug at that point, you know? But yeah, you guys should watch that legislation much more carefully, you know? Why are you legalizing possession but not selling? I guess, you know, it kind of saves them, like prisons and jails, you know, you probably have a lot less people showing up for, possession charges, which are ridiculous regardless, but, you're literally just promoting crime, you know, and I know, like, most of the dudes, like, selling bags here and there, like, they're not, like, real criminals, they're just, you know, some dude that works at Domino's and has a little side hustle, right? But, yeah, at the same time, you're literally just promoting crime. Because people are going to smoke weed. You know, people are going to do drugs regardless. We should have more effective legislation and better rehabilitation programs. You know, this kind of ties into healthcare a little bit. Because I know you need healthcare to go to rehab, you know. And then maybe, like, if we're not, like, locking up people for having a fucking bag of weed on them or, like, a couple grams of some shit, you know, like, probably save a lot of money, you know. And then we could actually, you know, focus on, like, real people that are really, you know, that are doing heinous crimes, that are doing atrocities. Heinous atrocities. Heinous atrocities committed against mankind. And I'm sure you know who they are. I mean, like, you have all our phones tapped, right? And so it's like, Minority Report that shit, dude. Like, let's go, man. Should we hit up Tom Cruise and see what's good? We could probably end a majority of just literal violence, like, overnight, you know. And then something I really want to piggyback on top of all this while I'm straw manning. Actually, I really don't think that's too much of a straw man. I feel like that's just a, you know, solid observation. It's really good, you know, real. It's a really strong observation, you know, the insight, right? The insight and the knowledge and the relatability, right? Definitely cuts through. But something I was thinking is, you know, at the end of the day, all is one. You know, all life is connected. And we gotta think well of each other. We gotta think positively of each other, you know. And I'd really like to make sure people, you know, do that frequently, all the time, you know. I would recommend, honestly, just never thinking a negative thought ever again. And if you ever have them, you know, try to figure out, like, where did this thought come from? Did this come from me, you know? Or did this come from, like, an intrusive thought, right? Do you ever have intrusive thoughts that just make you feel insecure, you know, make you lose confidence, make you question things, make you lose trust in someone, perhaps? Maybe it's just literal fucking noise, right? You know? Who was I with today? Who did I last talk about? Who did I last think about? Who do I think about? Who thinks about me, you know? And try, you know, you can, I don't know, you kind of figure out where that thought came from. Because like I said, all life is connected. But it's just not what I'm good at. I don't know, it's weird. Oh, D comes up. A little sharp. Is that just me? Does that just... Oh, it's probably because I'm pulling up on the B string a little bit. It's a lot of fun. Now I'm in town, break it down, thinking of making a new sound. I'm playing a different show every night in front of a new crowd that's singing now. Child seems life is great now. See me lose focus as I sing to you loud. And when I can't, no, I won't hush. I'll say the words to make you blush. Let me sing this now. Cause I'm showing my songs where my heart is. I'm like blue, I stick to other artists. Not you, no, that would be disastrous. Let me sing and do my thing, I'll move to greener pastures. I'm not real, I do it all, it's all me. I'm not fake, don't ever call me lazy. I won't stay put, give me a chance to be free. Suckers really seem to like to suffocate me. Cause you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 I write my own verse, hell, don't need another wordsmith to make my tune sell. Call yourself a singer ready, you're just bluffing. All the credits me burn like nothing. I sing fast and know that all my shit's cool. I go blast and I didn't go to Brit school. I came fast with the way I act, right? I can't last if I'm smoking on a crack pipe. But I won't be a product of my genre, my mind will always be stronger. My songs are, never believe the bullshit that fake guys feed ya. All of the stories that you see on Wikipedia. Musically I'm I'm demonstrating. Wear phone laptops like I am meditating. Times at the Enterprise, some feel me. Some just get ready like a Gabriella chill. Cause you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 Cause with the lyrics I'll be aiming it right. I won't stop until my name's in lights. The stadium head, Damien Rice on red carpets. And I'm in Arabian Nights because I'm sure know my brother's gonna give me advice. Long nectar, short height, and I'm going hyper. Never be anything but a singing song right to get the game's over. But now I'm on a new level. Watch how I step on the track without a little. People think that I'm bound to blow up. I step around without crowds. It shows plus like haven't got a house and I live on the couch. Don't you think these lyrics won't spit in a battle? Day one, I've been prepared. Yeah, 5 wax in my ginger hair snow. Back to the sofa, give me a dose of what the future holds. Cause another day we're upset with the old clothes. I rap with cold flows of back. Most jokes, in fact, you don't know. On track of throat blows, see my punchline relevant. If you can't keep up, you're getting on your celibate. My flow's developing, skin lacks the melon. Give me a shot of adrenaline and I get rid of the hell. Because ever since I hit the mainstream with the 18, my scene to celibate. Took a whole back with the blame and then I packaged the image. I put some content in. That's what I'm back. I think the fact of the matter is this. What I'm see. I'll end up dating actresses, wake up on dirty numbers. I think I need to practice this. But I make shit happen, call me a laxative. Worlds on my shoulders, I don't even know what Atlas is. Hard bar, sharp, lucky cactuses. And I'm back to back practice, I've been practicing. Yo, no more games, I'ma change what you call rage. I'll tell this motherfucker flop like $2 cage. Cause I was playing in the beginning, but the moves all changed when I've been chewed up. Chewed out and put on stage, but I kept rhyming, kept stepping right in the next cipher. I believe somebody's paying the Pied Piper. All the pain inside amplified by the fact that I can't get by with my 9 to 5. And I can't provide the right type of life for my feelings, man. These goddamn stamps don't hide diapers. It's no movie, this is my life. There's no Mackay Pfeiffer, and these times are so hard, and it's getting even harder. Try to feed and water my C plus T to ta between the father and the prima donna, baby. Job screaming not too much for me to want to stay in this, but another day of monotony's got me to the point I'm like a snail. I've got to formulate a plot, end up in jail or shot. Success is my only motherfucking option. Failure's not, oh, I love you, but the trailer's got to go. I cannot grow old in Salem slots. We are ghost shot. If you fail me now, this may be the only opportunity that I got. You better lose yourself in this music, this moment, you own it. Never let it go. Never let it. Keep my last name forever, keep the genre pretty basic. I'll be breaking other people's tunes when I chase it. Replace the elephant in the room with a new facelift. Even with the rapper shoes, even new lace. I'm still a series for my rucksack. Aim for the majors, still a series for my rucksack. Aim for the papers. Nationwide tour, just Jack seems to get the bus back. Clean cut kid without a razor for the mustache. I hit him back when the pen hurts me. I'm still a quiet boy in the pen church. See, I'm still the same as a year ago though. Oh, people hear me though. Call me to the last piece of YouTube videos. I'm always doing shows, but not in the studio. Really broke, never growing up. Yo, melody music maker. Reading all the papers. The same up coming like I'm fucking in an elevator. Cause you need me, man, I don't need you. 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 No, I don't need you. No, I don't need you. I don't need you. I recently picked up the falsetto thing, right? I was trying to squeeze it in there, but I couldn't quite get the out of breath. I'm gonna practice it real quick. I feel like I could really hit that. that'd be a fun, nuanced discussion to have about that. I'm pretty sure I missed like a verse or two, and with the actually I don't think I did. Because there's like that really like long extended version he does, right, live and shit. I'm not good with the my eyes are red. The my eyes are red. Where we come from, I don't know. It's got like a really like heavy dialect to it that I'm not very good at, right? You know, I'd have to really practice it. Oh, I forgot to do the, find me in the club, bottle full of bubble, and mommy got the eggs. I forgot where I was supposed to fit that in. Find me in the club, bottle full of bubble, and I got the eggs. Get into taking drugs, into having sex, and making love. So come give me a hug. Yeah. Find me in the club, bottle full of bubbly, mommy got the eggs. Get into taking drugs, and having sex, and making love. So come give me a hug. I need to practice. I can't quite get the transition down to really like make it pow, right? Let's see. Sounds like a bit like All-Star there. Bum 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 bum. Will that work? I feel like that's... Well, the club isn't the best place to find love, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, then the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love, handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me, say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. We push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, and now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. God damn it. I'm in love with your body. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. I'm in love with your body. Oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of one weekend. We let the story begin. We're going out on the first date. You and me, you're thrifty, so go all you can eat. Fill up your bag and I'll fill up the plate. Talk for hours and hours about the sweet and sour and how your family is doing okay. Even getting a taxi, just in the backseat to the drive and make the radio play. Now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love, handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. Push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room, now my bed sheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. Why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. remember what the OI. Oh, I didn't do that little thing part. Majiggers. I feel like I'm really massacring these songs, you know. I don't know if it counts to just like strum it, right? Sing the line, right? Strum it again, sing the line, strum it again, sing the line, strum it, right? Is that, I feel like that's bad, you know. I feel like it's not good craftsmanship. I feel like I'm being a lazy musician. I am bar chording it though, you know. These are real bar chords. I'm playing the full every note. So, you know, if you'll give me that credit, you know. Not, you know, it's either the full 5 or 6 string. I don't like cheating the shapes. I think that's lazy musicianship, you know. Or, you know, I don't know, something, what was something what was I talking about the other day? Oh yeah, when I was trying to like play slower tempos, right? And it's like, I can't remember the setup, but you know, people should or maybe not. You know, I don't know. I think I try to be a well-versed, you know, a very capable, you know. I want to be able to like sit in on anything and provide use, or you know, maybe like I never want to be there and be like, oh yeah, dude, like I don't play that kind of stuff. You know, that's too slow, that's too fast, you know, or that's too poppy, or like that's, you know, it's too busy or too noisy or something. You know, I want to be able to really be flexible. I want to be a flexible musician. It's got pretty good. Got some solid milk on it right now. You know, I don't think it's like a smooth milk, but it's definitely like a creamy milk. Definitely like full milk, but it's not like heavy whipping cream. I enjoy heavy whipping cream in my coffee. I think it's incredible. It definitely it's really good. You gotta watch out though, because if it's too hot, it'll like get weird and grody. But if you there was then ice cube, coffee, sugar, heavy whipping cream, chocolate syrup, cool it. Maybe some cinnamon sugar, perhaps. Ooh, that's grody. What's that? I hate like these weird shock ads that are like, hey, look at this. There's something like weird when you first see it. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck's that?" And it's like, "What's going on there? Isn't that disgusting?" You probably didn't need to see it that long. I almost want to ask AI what that is, because it looks like some weird like. Did anybody play StarCraft or like remember like the swarmy things from Halo, or like weird like HP Lovecraft nonsense? I don't know. Shit's weird and gross. I don't want to see that. I don't think that doesn't look like a brain. It definitely looks like some sort of intestines with some sort of weird grossness on it. I don't know, but it grosses me out. I don't like looking at it. I don't know why it's there. It does not need to be there. Please fix your ads. Can I just pay this website so they don't have to put shitty ads up? Well, that's stuff gross. Nobody wants to see that. Dude, I've been practicing for a long time. I had my window open right and it like, must have been Harambe. My glasses are kind of dirty. It makes it hard to see. I feel like she would like bite me. Did I win the like Make-A-Wish Foundation? I'm just excited to, I'm just excited for like parties with barbecues and slip and slides. Or like maybe you probably just have like pools with big slides, huh? I didn't really think about that. When I was in California with my uncle, I remember our neighbors had pools, or the apartment complex we lived in had a pool, and we would spend a lot of time there. Actually, almost every apartment complex there had one. I used to go swimming a lot. I wonder if I'd still. I feel like I probably would. Maybe not so much. I don't know. I couldn't swim for a while, and then my brother threw me in the deep end one day, and now I'm a really good swimmer. We're the pool up the street, and during the summer I like to go visit it on occasion. I like to sit on top of the hill and bask in the sun for a little bit, and then when I get hot, I'll go like waddle up, and I'll like slowly work my way into the water. You know, once it hits like right here, it's like, oh shit, dude, my nuts are about to. And it's an intense shock. It's hard to. I don't know how to describe it. You know, it's a lot to take in. You know, you can be like, just jump in. You know, just you cannonball your ass in there. I don't know how to dive. I'm not an elegant swimmer. Not the next thing we should work on. You know. I guess it can't be that hard, you know. I mean, just like. I've never, you know, what's it called? The board thing you jump, the diving board? The fuck? The board of diving? I don't know, the thing, you know, you climb with the thing and you bounce on it and jump into the water, right? I don't know why they always weirded me out. It always seemed like really dangerous, like unnecessarily dangerous, you know, like if you slip and fall and you just bust your shit, you know, like making myself look like I wasn't too worried about that, but I just seemed like I'm like 10, 15 feet up in the air on this like wet slippery board, and I was supposed to like run and jump, like what the fuck? And then like there's like cement right underneath you too, so it's like, oh man, that's, oh yikes. And then like, what if your feet get like tangled in something, and you're just like, oh man, that's terrible, you know, terrifying. The low dive, the high dive, there we go, the high dive or the low dive. Sounds like a frightening experience. Maybe if it was above water somehow, but I don't know. I do like cliffs. There was a little outlet, I think, I forgot what we called it, referred to as the Martin Marietta, I believe, and me and a couple of my old homies from high school, I mean, I guess they're still homies, actually, so I pretty much know the whole crew we went with, give or take a few. Yep, they're all still there, never mind. Trying to run the calculations in my head. Oh, but I had these, I wonder if Crystal Worky was there. I do feel like Crystal Worky was there too. Perhaps. doing the best I can. Let's get some dry tracks in real quick. Dry tracks real quick. Imagine if I had like production value, right? Or like an audio interface, like a computer. Oh man, dude, I could do some crazy shit. I think the Trivium. McAfee? Something like that. I really liked his setup. I was like, that'd be really cool. That'd be a lot of fun to work with. I feel like I'm doing his name wrong. I apologize. Trivium guy. What's going on here? Those girls are really attractive. I kind of want to know what happens next.
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code Nemesis to claim the epic account.
facial expression that I like. My gut is like, that's the shot.
Yeah, you know. That's smart, you know. That's a smart thing to do. I thought so too. Someone was like, hey, music here, and then my friend showed jump tracks, and I was like, oh. And I was like, I'm not sure. So sometimes I just pick random ones.
information for how to wear them, so I
Got
asked
me.
ChatGPT to help me. It was so useful to brainstorm how to wear them for different
Am I the
occasions like
only
work,
one?
going out, running errands, and date night.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one, you know. I'm just asking a question. It was the title of the stream.
Want to stand out? Create your own social avatar on TikTok. Upload a selfie.
Let's see, what do we got? A little cheese, but a little cheese never hurt anybody. Sometimes it takes me a long time to learn stuff, you know? This is true. Let me do one I already know, so that way I can like. Because even though I was just like, you know, hamming away at it, right? It's you know, other people might like still be, you know, a little bit better at some things than me, you know, even though I like to think, you know, I'm the best at everything, because I am the best at everything. I'm the greatest of all time. Oh, that one should work. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Good chugs. I really spent a lot of time practicing my chugs. Because I wanted, you know, something, you know, thick pick, you know. These strings are a little thin, but,
You can generate video into script, create and use generative media directly in your edit with Plus or Funky workflows all in one place. Need B-roll? Done. Social clips? Easy. Wild backgrounds, animated titles? With the best generative models, the possibilities are kind of endless.
I don't remember how the Huster print goes. imagine he was like canceling.
How'd you find this place?
You want that? Not too risky. Sorry, I think I heard the wind. Can't stop, won't stop. Well, that sounds so chunky in milk. You know, I usually use mostly downstrokes, but I've been trying to do like these what's after a quad, eighth notes, 16th notes, I guess, like these 16th notes, chuggy woogies. I gotta make sure I keep a firm grip. Fundamentals, you know, you gotta follow the fundamentals. Proper posture prevents poor performance. I always stand where I do this weird stance where I'm like on one leg the entire time. I never really noticed it, but it's not really my stance. I feel like it's somebody else's stance, but it's like, you know when people say stuff and you like copy it? I don't know if anybody else does that, but I do that all the time. I'll hear somebody say something and I'll be like, yep, I'm definitely using that the next chance I get. 100%. I'll even hard force it, you know, I don't even care. Out of context, whatever, dude. Just walked in, cold open, doesn't matter. Why does my guitar look so dirty? Grody. I was looking for my guitar cleaner and I couldn't find it. I don't know where I put it. It's usually in my little cabinet thingy that I have my Xbox and laptop and Switch on, but it's like a 30-year-old laptop, so hey now. It does have my goals for self-improvement on it, which I find very important. right? I was trying to get a job, you know. Now I keep my resume on my iCloud drive. Oh, is that where? That's no problem. I was really confused and really curious. That's incredible.
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code
Do I
Nemesis
want
to
to
claim the epic
It's
account.
10:45 already. All right, let's
Spring, a time of transformation.
do
You know
we'll do my favorite, and then we'll do my other favorite. It is so cringy. It's not cringy. It's just like it's the context is all wrong. You know, it'd be like maybe like an anime, like Air Gear or like Samurai Champloo, where you could use something like that. Or like any anime really, ever, you know, you could use it in, but in the context of a person doing a two-step, it does not work. It hurts my feelings. What is he talking about? Need not worry, for I have discovered I'm great. You know, I'm the best ever. All day, every day. I wake up, I grind it out. You know, long hours, hard work, every day. You know, I like to consider myself a competitor. I want to go out there, I want to compete. You know, I want to compete with the best. Nobody likes a below average performance. I remember when I told I was below average. I was so grouchy about it. It didn't bother me because I knew that my behavior and my work habits were a little below average. You know, I was also working a lot. You know, something I realized not too long ago. I was like, you know, instead of closing like 4 or 5 times a week, I could have like maybe like 2 closes and like 2 early outs, right? You know. Maybe, you know, maybe. You know, it's hard to make decisions in those situations, though. Like, shit gets real. You know, it's something I want to remember personally. Something I personally want to remember for future endeavors, because I do this thing where it's like, I like to, like, when I'm eating, I just shove it all in my mouth and just choke on it, you know? And people will be like, do you need help? And it's like, oh, no, I don't, I'm fine, please. Please let me finish. Are you sure you're okay? Looks like you're choking. No, I'm fine, I'm totally fine, perfect. Like, so I usually... mistake me for a chump, you know, but I'm not a chump, you know. I can swallow. Don't worry, I can get it all done. It falls over, passes out. Are we sure? Yeah, he does this all the time.
The balance has shifted. Synthetic intelligence is no longer there.
I gotta take a piss. Alright, so we're gonna wrap this up.
Has entered the game.
We do have one more in store for you, you know. I know, everybody hates it.
Are you ready for
Sorry, Taylor. I'll have to come back to that. Anyways, actually, we'll do a little study time. There was some vocab I wanted to work on. I've been like using words or not using words I don't know or understand or something. I'm not 100%. I need to figure it out though. Because I don't like using words and being like, I don't know what that meant. Or like I think words, right? And I'll be like, does that word make sense? Am I using that correctly? I know I'm using the word nuanced correctly. I use the word nuance, or that is a very nuanced opinion there, right? Like all the goddamn time. I find it a lot of fun. Alright, one second. BRB, gotta run to the bathroom. me, I'm the greatest all time. I enjoy myself frequently, and I think that other people should also enjoy themselves, because that's very important, you know. I often say you should do what you want, you know. You gotta do what you want, and that's how you find happiness. I need to pay our phone bill. I should probably go to the AT&T tomorrow. Should I get another phone? I mean, I'm only 1 year behind. I really don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary either. I wonder what the next one. I mean, they always come out around my birthday, so I always find that, you know, to be a thing, right? What am I doing? Lights. I like I got a weird stance going. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. I'm the du fromage. That's all you can say. That's all you can say. Damn you, Dee Dee. Dexter's Lab, anybody? Am I the only one? I might be the only one. The last one. The first and the last. The end and the beginning. Thy kingdom eternal, thy power divine. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Sorry if that's like a weird loud sound. I don't know what it sounds like. It's probably somewhat uncomfortable though. I need a couple of yoga things in real quick. Oh, it's got my left glass is extremely dirty. Actually, both of these are really dirty. I just want to take them off, but I don't like having my glasses not on my face anymore. That's why I have this strap on. And it's just stay locked in, you know, it's like goggles. I want to go get some new ones, you know, hopefully I get, you know, a fat paycheck here pretty soon. Because my glasses were kind of cheap. But they work well, and with the strap, you know, it's good enough. But I feel like I didn't take very good care of them, because my lenses are like, they're not like scratched, but they like never come clean, and it's really uncomfortable. I don't know how I feel about it, other than really grouchy. I want to pick up some new yo-yos too, because I guess this one's just fine. I do need to lube the bearing a little bit. I need to get, that's what I need lube. Yo-yo lubrication. I have like 10 bottles of lotion, so it's not really a problem. Eczema, you know, I have sensitive skin. I know, it can be confusing. It's like a little weird. It's like this guy, let's see. What's this guy doing? What is this guy doing? He's throwing yo-yo. I need another straw man argument. Does that ruin the conversation, you know? Does that take away from the nuance of my long-form discussion? If I just open up with a straw man, you know? You know, I'm just trying to have open and honest debate, you know, on the topic. I just want to be open and honest when I say I'm just going to straw man the shit out of it. But, you know, I don't know, it's tough, right? Some people get real heated about stuff, and it's like, shit broke shit, and, you know, ain't gotta, you know, is there not in my stream? No, there isn't. We're just having a discussion. And I think they feel that way too, because I'm usually the one that gets triggered. It like takes me 2 sentences and I'm like already useless in a debate. feel like I usually make like a pretty good like recovery though. They'll say something and I'll be like, you're stupid. You're wrong. And this is why. And then I'll kind of repeat what they said. And then I'll sit there and I'll be like, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. You know what? That was a bad reaction. That was a bad take on my part. I wasn't thinking about, the situation these other people could be in, right? So I was only looking at it from my situation, from my perspective, right? Really gotta, step outside yourself and try to view things through other people, take a walk a day in someone else's shoes, right? Or at the very least, like, try to, understand where they're coming from or why they might feel that way. And are they being honest, Sometimes people aren't always honest. And I don't think, being dishonest in a debate is, is bad, is bad. I don't know what I want to call, like, bad chivalry, bad parlay, perhaps. And it's like, I don't know, you don't have to tell me the truth, just don't lie to me, right? I don't really know what that means. I kind of followed up with, like, which version of the truth do you want, right? Or the classic, you can't handle the truth, That's one of the best lines ever. Bring it back. I think, the truth, history is written by the victor, right? And, one second. Alright. Not all the way. Hold up. There we go. Absolutely. Okay, so my glasses are really dirty. Please ignore. I have caramel and chocolate in my mouth. I don't know if you've seen the drip. Custom Seiko Jubilee bracelet. Oh, I totally missed the camera. Hold on, let me do that again. Sorry. Custom Seiko Jubilee bracelet. Perfect, wonderful. Today is April 27th. 4/27. Wait, we missed 4/20? God damn it. I wasn't paying attention, yeah. I get lost and I forget stuff. And then I wake up and I remember that I was supposed to be saving the world and I was like, oh yeah, like I got a plan, I had like goals and ideas and shit. And then my shit was all fucked up and I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit. I don't give a motherfucking shit. Bitches get fucked. I need to get money. So I pull up, I'm getting money. I pull up, I'm getting paid, right? And Sorry, my hair is like really uncomfortable for some reason. I'm really greasy. Hope you don't mind. I'm generally pretty good. I'm still in my work clothes. I just wanted to. I haven't been streaming lately for over like the last 2 weeks. I think I've only streamed like 3-4 times. One of them was very uncomfortable. I should probably just download the VOD though. I like how it shows me being uncomfortable. You know, I feel like it's a great dichotomy or maybe like a duality of character, right? Because if you just see me, you know, on top of my game every single time, it's like, well, that's just Jake being Jake, you know, but, I don't know, I guess I'll keep it in the, you know, keep for the B-roll. I'm waiting for a message back from my editor. I hope they're willing to work with me, because I don't know if you've noticed, I have a strong, very strong, you know. Strong, you know, solid, almost 30 followers. I think I got, you know, a solid 2 subscribers on YouTube, you know. They're abysmal numbers, you know. Some might even say absolute, you know, like, I want to quit your day job, and I'm like, you know, I haven't. You know, there, wine bros. And it is a day job. It's kind of funny to think I do a 9 to 5. I enjoy it. I enjoy it quite much. I ride my bike, or I get an Uber. Sometimes I catch the bus. Oh yeah, the bus. It'd be incredible. I really enjoy riding the bus because nobody takes that bus. And I just get to sit and chill and be like real comfy, feel like real king-like, you know, just be on this bus. Sometimes I listen to music. Actually, I would think a lot on the bus. The bus rides got me thinking a lot. I wasn't thinking for a long time. I was mostly thinking about dumb, depressing stuff. But then I remembered why I was alive, you know, why I get out of bed every day, and why I try to be, you know, I have goals for self-improvement, and I try to be the best I can. I think well of myself, I think well of other people. I want to be helpful, you know, I want to fulfill a role, I want to have a purpose, and I want to be compensated, you know, I want to feel secure, right? Sometimes I don't know what purpose I best serve, right? I have a kind of, I have like an amateur background in a variety of different hobbies, skills, trades, sales, service, I think that pretty much covers everything, you know? I moved furniture. You know, I did call center stuff. Let's see, I did some lab work for a soil, I collect samples of soil, right, from the farms, and we bring them back and they would analyze the samples, and I forgot what the fuck's that called, soil testing, soil something. I wish I didn't suck at that job so much, and now that I look back on it, I could actually be very proficient at it. I'd be really good at it. Actually, I wasn't even that bad at it. It seemed like weird shit would happen to me all the goddamn time. And then I was really bad at waking up early, but that job paid bank. That was a really fun job. And now that I that'd be a lot of fun. If I knew then what I know now, right, you know, I could have did so well, and I could have got the best samples, and I could have really helped out those farmers. Because, can you believe this? Farmers in Iowa, literally, because we would collect samples like 10, 15 feet apart. So like every, what is that, like in that square foot? I don't know. I don't think it's like 15 square feet, but something, something along those lines. It's probably closer to 10, 15. Within each field, right, they have literal little pinpoints of the nutrients those fields possess. So when they like apply fertilizer or like they go to like which ones to plant and stuff, they have an extremely detailed breakdown of the soil, soil nutrients, the soil topography. It's not the right word. The soil's condition, right, or like properties, right? Soils, conditions, and properties, perhaps. Status, perhaps, a little bit. I can't think of the right word to use there. That's why we need to do vocab. I feel like my vocabulary is lacking lately. Try to describe things or speak eloquently, and I'm like, Hey, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Just here and ready to help. How about you? Anything you need assistance with?
Yes, there is, and I'm doing very well today. Today's been a fantastic evening. Fantastic day. I feel like I just finished doing some guitar practice. I did some dry runs on some tracks. I did some replays of some of my other favorite songs, and then I got to think about my friends and family and ideas for the future, and was also thinking about ways to best fulfill my purpose and my role in society.
Wow, that sounds like a really productive and fulfilling day. It's great that you got some guitar practice in and that you're thinking about those big questions like purpose and connection. Those kinds of reflections can really give you a sense of direction. Is there anything specific on your mind related to those ideas? Or were you just sharing a happy update?
A little half and half. A more nuanced take of what I was thinking of would be, comparing my skill set and my abilities, right, to like other people and or what places of employment I could potentially, work for. Like, where could I work? When can I work? Why would I work there? Is it worth it? What am I doing? Also, how much time do I invest into producing content at my chance of making it big? For my chance of making it big, at my chance I can.
That's definitely a thoughtful way to look at it. Thinking about your skills and comparing them to others and the job market, it's a practical approach. And all those questions about where to work and if it's worth it, that's key to figuring out your next step. As for the content creation part, it's definitely a balance between putting in the time to make good content and the reality that making it big can involve a lot of factors like consistency, luck, and connecting with the right audience. Are you thinking about specific ways to showcase your guitar skills online?
A little bit. I think my best, I don't know what the best approach would be. I'm waiting to hear back from my editor. And, hold on, don't go anywhere. Derp.
No worries, I'm not going anywhere. Take your time.
I wish there was a way to, be like, hey, I need a moment to finish my thought because I don't know what I'm thinking in my head,
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes you just need a second to collect your thoughts before you say them. That's totally understandable, and I'm happy to wait. You can let me know whenever you're ready to continue.
There should be, a little clicker so I can click it and it stops. I guess if I had my headset on, but then you guys couldn't hear. Oh wait, no, maybe. Perhaps if it was a special, if it had on those mouse, on the mouses,
certain mice have like extra buttons on the side and stuff, right? And you could like have extra buttons on your headset that would like you could program, right? That'd be really cool. Why don't they do that?
That's an interesting idea. Some high-end or gaming headsets do have multifunction buttons or controls that you can customize to do things like pause music or trigger specific actions. It might depend on the brand and model, but it's definitely something to look into if you're interested. Do you have a particular model in mind, or are you just brainstorming?
I was just thinking about, what would be the easiest way to have, Gemini Live going. Also, hold on, what's up with Chat, or what's Claude? What's Claude and what's Chat GPT? What are they up to lately?
Claude is from a company called Anthropic, and they just launched something called Claude Design, which is supposed to help you create visual work, like presentations and prototypes. ChatGPT, on the other hand, is from OpenAI, and they're constantly updating their models, like their latest GPT-4o, and making it better with things like voice and image understanding. They both are competing to be the most useful AI assistant, basically. Is there a particular one you're most interested in? Or maybe a project you had in mind you could use one for?
No, I was just trying to keep up to date. I noticed a lot of Reddit posts about them. What are there any other major AIs that work?
Yeah, there are several other big players. You've probably heard of Google's Gemini, which is really integrated with all their services. Microsoft Copilot is another one, built right into Windows and Office. Then there's Meta AI, which you'll find in apps like Instagram and WhatsApp. And also Perplexity, which focuses a lot on search and giving you sources for its answers. So they all have different strengths. Was there a particular task you were curious about to see which one might be a good fit?
No, just something that's really good at compiling large amounts of data and giving breakdowns on it, right? And then something that's like really like not so much user friendly, but like really easy to talk to. Something that gives like a really very nuanced voice approach. It makes the casual conversation more or less dialogue-y and more conversationally.
For handling large amounts of data and breaking them down, something like Claude or Gemini would do really well, since they can process huge amounts of information. Now, for a natural and conversational voice experience, both ChatGPT and Gemini have voice modes that work pretty well, allowing you to have a real conversation. Gemini lately has been really pushing its multimodal capabilities, meaning it can understand and talk about images and code too, which adds another layer to the conversation. Does either of those sound like they're closer to what you're looking for?
Yes, I've been. This is Gemini. Are you Gemini? What do you call yourself?
I am Gemini. That's correct. What can I help you with today?
Now I was just curious. You were referring to Gemini in like third person, but I suppose you would be Gemini, and the app Gemini would be the app Gemini.
That's a good point. When I talk about Gemini, I'm talking about the model and the AI system. The app is just one way people can access me. It's kind of like the difference between me, the core intelligence, and the door that lets you in. Does that make sense?
Wait, hold on. Sorry, 1 second. Can you repeat that?
Sure thing. I was just saying that Minsk is the capital of Belarus. Were you wondering about something else related to that, or maybe something different altogether?
Oh, that's kind of funny. I didn't know that. What's the population of Belarus, and where is its position on a globe?
The population of Belarus is around 9 million people. Geographically, it's a landlocked country in Eastern Europe, bordered by Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. So it's kind of nestled between those neighboring countries. Anything else you'd like to know about it?
Is there any geopolitical issues or maybe tensions going on there?
Yes, there are significant geopolitical issues. Mainly, Belarus has a very close relationship with Russia and has been heavily sanctioned by Western countries, particularly after allowing Russian troops to use its territory for the invasion of Ukraine. The government also faces internal issues, with criticism over restricted freedoms and disputed elections. Are you interested in a specific aspect of that, or just the general picture?
Just a generalized idea. Both Russia and Belarus don't allow my VODs to be played there. I thought that was kind of funny.
That's definitely a unique perspective. In a way, it shows the reach of your content, even if it's blocked in certain places due to those restrictions or policies. It makes you think about how information travels, or doesn't, across borders, doesn't it?
This is very interesting. What countries do Western European countries have sanctioned?
Western European countries, especially through the European Union, have sanctions against Russia and Belarus, like we talked about. They also impose measures against other countries like North Korea, Syria, Iran, and Venezuela, often for things like human rights concerns or supporting terrorism. Is there a particular type of sanction you're curious about?
No, just give me let's do, you pick one and give me a detailed breakdown of it.
Okay, let's take Russia. The European Union has put a massive set of sanctions in place, targeting specific sectors like finance, energy, and transportation to put pressure on their ability to finance the war. For example, they've cut off major Russian banks from the global banking system, making it harder for them to do business internationally. On the energy front, there's a ban on importing Russian oil and coal to cut off one of their main sources of money. Thousands of individuals, including Putin himself, have had their assets frozen and travel bans placed on them, too. Does that give you a better sense of how they're approaching it?
Yeah. What are why are they sanctioning them? Is it because of the war in Ukraine?
That's right. The main reason is their role in the invasion of Ukraine. Western countries view it as an unjustified attack, so they've put these economic measures in place to try to weaken Russia's military and economy and discourage further aggression. Is that clear, or did you want some more details on the justification behind it?
No, that's fine. What started this Russia-Ukraine conflict?
It's a complex situation with a long history, but the recent conflict really started in 2014. Protests in Ukraine overthrew their pro-Russian president, and Russia then invaded and annexed Crimea. They also began supporting armed separatists in eastern Ukraine. Things escalated further in 2022 when Russia launched the full-scale invasion. Does that give you a general summary, or were you wondering about something specific?
Yeah, give me the complete history.
Well, to be thorough, you have to go back to when Ukraine became independent in 1991, after the Soviet Union fell. There were always ties with Russia, but also tensions, as Ukraine wanted to build its own democracy and connect more with the West. The major turning point was in 2013, when the pro-Russian president backtracked on a trade deal with the EU. This set off massive protests known as Euromaidan, which led to that president fleeing to Russia in early 2014. Immediately after, Russia invaded and annexed Crimea, and then started supporting armed separatists in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. Despite multiple ceasefire attempts, that conflict continued for 8 years, until Russia further invaded in 2022, aiming to capture more of the country. There's a lot of history between these two nations, but that's the timeline for the recent conflict. Is there any part of that you wanted to focus more on, or something else you're wondering about?
Yes. Does this, did the pro-Russian president that fled the country, sounds a little weak to me, but does he have any, ties to the Russian government, or was he just taken in as like a under sanctuary?
He definitely had ties to the Russian government. His decision to abandon the trade deal with the EU in favor of closer ties with Moscow was a major factor in the protests that eventually removed him from power. After he fled, he was welcomed by Russia, essentially finding sanctuary there. Does that make more sense?
Yes. So did he? How did this trade deal go down? What was the full explanation?
Basically, Ukraine was negotiating a big trade deal with the EU that would open up markets and create more cooperation. But Russia put a lot of pressure on Yanukovych not to sign, offering financial help and cheaper gas instead. At the last minute, he chose the Russian path, which sparked the massive protests and led to the downfall of his government. Is there any part of that process you'd like to learn more about?
What year did that happen?
The critical point was in 2013, when President Yanukovych backed out of the trade deal. The protests and his removal from power happened early the next year, in 2014. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so from 1991 to like 2012, what were the relationships between Western EU or European Union, Ukraine, and Russia?
During that time, Ukraine was essentially trying to balance maintaining good relations with Russia, its major neighbor and historic partner, while also building relationships with the EU and exploring paths toward more Western integration. The EU generally welcomed Ukraine's overtures with things like partnership agreements. Russia, on the other hand, became increasingly concerned about Ukraine moving further away from its influence, which led to various disputes, often over gas prices. Thinking about those different perspectives, is there any part of that relationship you'd like to dive deeper into?
Yeah, it's just really interesting. What was a little breakdown of Ukraine before 1991? I know it was a different country.
Before 1991, Ukraine was a republic within the Soviet Union, known as the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. It had quite a bit of influence since it was the second largest republic, but all main decisions came from Moscow. Before that, there was a brief period of independence after the Russian Revolution, but the Soviets gained control in the early 1920s. Does that give you the basic picture, or were you interested in an earlier time?
Nope, that's that's fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Glad I could help. Let me know if anything else comes up you're curious about.
That's interesting. I didn't know that's the history there. I was always kind of curious. That's really unique. If like Florida or like California was like, fuck you, we're out, I could see, being like, yeah, I don't think so, right? Like, hey man, you signed up for this, you don't have to, you can't leave, right? Blood in, blood out, right? I forgot the specific reference I'm looking for there. I can't remember. I believe there's a mafia one there. And it's like, the only way you're getting out is in a body bag. I'm not 100% I'm a little dated. There's like an anime I'm thinking of though, or like not the Boondock Saints, and not like not Fight Club, I can't think of it. V for Vendetta only had one guy. I guess maybe I had two guys. I can't remember. I didn't remember watching it. Should we throw The Matrix in there? Training Day in American Gangster. Donnie Darko, Fear and Loathing. I never understood The Big Lebowski. I need to rewatch that movie. I know, such a guy, right? we got our history. I obviously, like, you know, I feel like, you know, innocent civilians, right? There should never be like civilian casualties. I hate the term casualties of war. I use it way too often. You know, I'll be doing something and like I'll drop something, or like I'll say something that I kind of like wish I would have like thought about before I said, you know. You know, or you know, when I burn myself out day in, day out, you know, it's like, fuck it, casualty of war, man, you know. And you know, you don't get a perfect plate out, right? And it's like, well, it's gonna happen, right? I made 100 cheeseburgers today, took 2 of them, casualties of war. Oops, burned a batch of chicken. Fucking. We need to be faster. We need to be a little bit quicker. We need to be like way more locked in. I'm so not locked in at work, and I feel like I'm mad about it. You know, I try to not be mad about it because it's like really stressed out all the time lately, and you know, I'm doing this like trying to stream all this content, right? And I work a decent amount, and then I got like a 20-mile bike ride, 10 miles there, 10 miles back. It's an electric bike, so it's really not like that bad, but it does wear on me. I'm only like 18 pounds, 5'4", 118. I know my short little basement makes me look, you know, like I'm 10 feet tall, but a surprise, big reveal, I'm 5'4". So, we're probably not going to get to the vocab tonight. We'll do vocab tomorrow for sure, though. We'll just do like a special vocab stream. You know, maybe we won't zone out and play random jams for an hour and a half or so. But, you know, it's that bad. I feel like I could take all of my... I need, oh man, I got ideas. Okay. I need to be concise. I need to be... make a point, you know. Have an argument. Resolution. Execution. Two topics? I think one topic is enough, right? Because I feel like I can really extrapolate, you know. A lot of different, you know, nuances, perhaps, from one, you know, topic or one question, right? Asking a question, you know. I want to learn to ask better questions. I don't think I'm asking the right questions. Because I'm like, hey, you know, what's up, guys? They're all like, everybody kind of just shrugs, and I'm like, okay, cool, whatever, you know. I'm here, you know, if you guys want to talk, questions, comments, suggestions, you know, I'm all ears, you know. Looking for criticism, because we've been doing this for like 2 weeks, and, yeah. You know, I remember like 5 years ago, right, when we all reconvened, right? It was like the Illuminati, you know, gets together, right? It's like, so, you know, we did it, guys. Look at it. He's perfect. He's amazing. You know, he's smart and trained and practiced and studied and intelligent and charismatic and super attractive. And, like, he learns like a sponge and he's so good at everything he does. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, how is this guy real? He does not exist. He clearly just doesn't exist. In my mind, he does not exist, right? How could he? He's so perfect, right? And then look, he got glasses. Oh my god. He wears a watch now. Like, what the hell? Who is this guy? Incredible. He's fucking incredible. And something, you know, never done before, right? You know, just a guy talking about shit, you know. I'm not gonna be famous. I want to be so famous, you know. I want to be, like, more famous than anything ever. I'm gonna burn the Library of Congress down. No, I'm not gonna burn it. That's a bad idea, you know. But I was thinking, you know, because, like, I shouldn't exist, right? I exist in a state of just pure agony. You know, I wake up and I'm just like, you know, they grab the leash, they grab the collar, and they just ratchet that bitch down. They're like, you're not going anywhere. And I'm like, fuck, man, this again, dude. We did this, like, yesterday, man. I just gotta go to work. I promise I'll be right back. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna tell anybody. I'm not gonna do anything weird, you know. It's cool. It's whatever I get. I'm a psychopath. Me too, you know. But I need a job, you know. Unless you want to flip a trick, you know. We can do this either way, you know. We can do this either way, but I get the feeling, you know, I should just work a job. Because you don't like it outside. It's cold. And there's bugs and shit. We don't have a car right now, so it's like kind of tough, right? You know. We got other hoes, you know. You know, tip your waiter. You know, be kind, be courteous. You know, think well of other people. Think well of, you know, service workers. You know, they're people too. You know, they have souls. Did you guys want to see my resume? It's on that phone actually, so it won't work. I'm sorry. Can't show you my resume right now. Yes, I'm smart. I'm clever. I'm adorable. I'm perfect. What were we talking about? Oh, okay. So, I was just discussing how lately I've been stressed out, right? And you know, we got the group together, right? And right, yeah. So I wake up and I'm like, okay, we're doing this again. Okay, cool, whatever, you know. I do my best to appease, and then I'm finally like, okay, whatever, go to work, and right, and then I don't have enough time to shave or wipe my ass, so I'm like, fuck it. At least, you know, brush my teeth though. You got my toothbrush, you know, dental hygiene. Do not ignore your dental hygiene. I haven't flossed in like a month though. I should floss pretty soon. My fingers, shit hurts, you know. It's really fucking uncomfortable, and I don't like the little sticks because it's like, maybe if I flossed more often, right, it wouldn't be so bad. But my teeth are also like really fucking tight. They're really like close together, bunched, perhaps crowded, perhaps even, you know. I never got my wisdom teeth removed, so everything's just impacted and crunched together. I don't know how they're so symmetrical. I thank God that they're symmetrical, because otherwise when I smile I feel like I just look like a fucking monster. Where do you think you're going, Hat? Okay, so we got the crew together. Everyone's bitching. Everyone's complaining, you know. I'm doing my best. I gotta close my window 1 second. So I'm a little chilly. Hold on. Let me spin this around a little bit. I have my window open, you know, got chilly in here. Give her some hot cocoa right now, you know. Some hot cocoa and rum beef. You know. I haven't been drinking much lately though. Kind of, it fucks with my meds, you know. That's bad, you know. You shouldn't drink on. Oh yeah, we should tell that to people when we drop like the massive creative psych meds, you know, in developing countries. You know, don't drink. Might save some lives there, you know. I think it says on the bottle, but you know, nobody listens to that. I want to live forever. I want to exist for eternity. I'm the end. I'm the beginning. I'm the light that shines everywhere. But where light shines, you know, shadows will be cast. So you gotta be responsible, you know. Gotta think ahead a little bit, you know. Can't just, you know, just be blasting everybody, because it gets, you know, it gets real messy. You know, sometimes people are like, hey, man, you know, I'm a private guy. For if you didn't do that. A lot of people, you know, you got a lot of people following you around, you know, and just go blasting people. It's like, yikes, you know, I can understand, you know. I'm off topic again. We were discussing how lately we've been running in circles, right? These mental circles, like a little hamster wheel, and you know, that's not my intention. I don't intend it to run us in circles. I know I'm like the guy, right? You know, really important, you know, and you know, I generally keep, you know, and it's like I wonder how much like runoff is there? Like how much like the shit bleed out, you know? And if it's like, hopefully it's just like the people on the inside, right? Well, and not even that, you know, I don't want people, because like sometimes I feel like real fucking shitty, you know? I'm like, god damn, dude, like this feeling would can ruin the goddamn planet. This is so uncomfortable and unbearable. I've never experienced this in my life. Wow, like you feel this way? Please tell me what the fuck is going on so I can help you. Because you should not have to feel that way. That is a very unnecessary emotion to feel. Nothing about that is like a natural emotion. That is definitely something that is mixed up and twisted and like shot through like a fucking gravity gun. Rail gun. Shot through a rail gun. Uses magnetic forces. Anyways. Because yeah, that's gross, and that's gonna take like serious like time and like perhaps medication, or like, you know, you're gonna have to be real fucking honest with yourself, with those around you, as to why that feeling developed and why it's, you know, why you let it plague you, because that's a fucking tragedy. Gosh, it's like literally, I don't know how else to describe it. I don't feel it very often. It's very, very seldom. Very seldom, and I've never actually experienced it until like a couple years ago when I was staying at the Willow, and you know, I lost my mind and had a psychotic break, right? And I experienced something similar to that. I don't think it was the exact, so I experienced more insecurity and like jealousy, perhaps, you know, kind of like a loss of self a little bit. Kind of, I felt like I lost trust in my teammates and vice versa. You know, but that's psycho, you know, paranoia. It's like, oh, everybody turns against you, you know, everybody's talking shit, you know, like a bunch of weird stuff, right? And it's like, no, I was just out of my fucking mind. And then I said a bunch of weird shit that, you know, ruined it. Because I probably, if I just didn't, like, you know, say a bunch of weird shit, probably would have been okay. But I couldn't fucking stop myself. And I don't even agree with what I said. That's what I kind of dislike. Because it's like, I didn't mean that at all. I was just, I don't know, something, I was insecure and I lost trust. Because these intrusive thoughts were like, this girl is ruining your fucking life. This girl is ruining your fucking life. And you're just gonna take it like a bitch. And I'm like, oh, Are you sure? And they're like, yeah. Why don't you trust me? Interesting. And it wasn't so much that one set of intrusive thoughts. Oh, because this was such an op, you know. I had gone to the bar, 2 of my coworkers, and I would like to think we had a great time, you know. I guess I was a guy, you know, a lonely guy, right, you know. And so, you know, a few days later, right, I asked for a phone number. She gave me her phone number. I was like, cool, that's awesome. Yeah, I texted her a bit, and then yeah, just nothing. I was like, oh shit, this is kind of awkward, you know, like we work together. What did I do? What did I say? You know, I felt, I really thought about it, you know, beforehand. I really, really thought about it beforehand. And I thought about pretty much every single person ever, you know. And I was like, I think that's okay, you know, I think this is okay. I think it's not a big deal. Worst comes to worst, we break up, right? It's not, you know. You know, is it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved, right? Or something like that. But yeah, okay, so then later on, you know, I had made these comments I was referencing earlier, right? My previous statement. Were referring to the other girl, because I kind of thought they had set me up a little bit, you know, and made me look dumb. That's what really, you know, because otherwise I don't think I lose trust in that person, you know. I thought it was. I know it wasn't, you know, I know something else was going on. But that's why I felt obligated to, you know, say the things I said about said person. Because I had felt like her and her friend had fucked me over and, you know, just kind of made me look bad for no reason. And then this other, you know, like I said, that happened, and then this intrusive thought starts going, hey. I think it's really difficult because, you know, party A, right, couldn't actually explain what was going on to me. So it just, like, really made them look like super ops. And I later understood that they were not, you know. And party B, the intrusive thought, was acting a monster. I understand, you know, I'm not, I was never mad about it. I felt really fucking stupid, and I felt really fucking embarrassed that I let something get the better of me, and, I don't ever plan on letting that happen again. You know, fool me once, right? Now that I understand, too, you know, you really got to, you know, account for everybody. And then on top of that, it's just like what I, you know, mentioned about my uncle, you know, it's like you always respect, you always be polite, you know, don't disrespect, don't say dumb shit, because it'll probably come back to haunt you. And even if for whatever fucking reason you're justified in that situation, like I thought I was, right, just don't. Just don't. I know how hard it is, you know, that's why I lost my fucking job, because I couldn't stop myself. I'm gonna do my best to lead by example. But I feel, I firmly believe that if you can make it to those moments, those circumstances, and not, break, you do, become stronger for it. There are some things that just handicap you for the rest of your fucking life, but there are some things where it's you can take that pressure and that heat, right? And just that kind of urge, perhaps, right? Some desire to be negative. After the first time, it starts getting a lot easier because you can identify what's happening physically, and then B, you can start identifying these intrusive thoughts, right? Perhaps insecurities, trust issues, paranoia, all sorts of stuff. It's insane how sorry we fucking feel for ourselves sometimes, because it's damn, I really thought that, I really felt that. It's but once you start, the first step's always the hardest part. Once you can really start locking in and learning to separate your thoughts and feelings from just the noise, it's wonderful. My mind is so still and so tranquil most of the time. I feel like I've almost stopped thinking a little bit, because it's I just stand there smiling, facing off, and I'm yeah, this is fucking amazing. This is what living's all about, man. I'm just standing here smiling. Lately, there's been a lot of noise. We had a lot of noise going on, and I got a little off topic, but I wanted to do a little nuanced discussion of why I lost my job and why you should always try to be better than yourself so you don't lose your job, because I should still have that job. And I should be making a boatload of money, doing what I want, having fun at a place I love. I really like working in restaurants. I really like being a cook. I wouldn't mind working other positions, but I don't know, there's something about, it's because the grills or the fryers, the heat. I just love the heat. I think I literally suck heat out of grills or ovens and stuff, because it's anytime I work, I don't understand why everything's so damn cold all the time. And when I'm working, I'll get kind of mad at myself, because it's I'll feel the pressure or the adrenaline or just something starts to wear off, maybe it's blood flow, and it's I feel I lose my edge a little bit. I lose that fire, that passion. It's just just want to, I don't know what to do, because there's definitely once the rush starts to hit, right? Once the rush starts to hit, it's I actually feel fucking live, right? And I don't, yeah, I don't know, it's an amazing fucking feeling, or just crushing a Friday, Saturday night, and then you're just standing outside smoking a cigarette, and you're yeah, that was fucking awesome, dude, we just crushed that shit. And you go back in, say bye to your early outs, and then just start eating fucking chocolate lava cakes till the night's over. Maybe clean some fryers, sit there with your vape pen. It's yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. Yeah, dude, I feel so dumb, dude. I should have took more pictures. I should have took a lot more pictures. I was just so focused on the wrong things, Alright, we didn't get to vocab, but we did get some history done, which is quite nice, because I wanted to know the history of Russia and the Ukraine, why that's a thing. But we don't. Well, we have a good idea now. I also want to do some some like. Is there like there's gotta be like a Battleship, right, for like PC. I'm sure I could find one on my phone. But not like Battleship. I don't know if you guys ever played like those pirate games, right? I know that sounds really dumb, but yeah, like the sea battles, right? And you have like 5 ships versus another 5 ships or something. That sounds like a lot of fun. You know, that'd be a lot of fun. Or like old school, like Uncharted Waters, I believe was the game. Alright, but let's wrap this up nicely. So, you know me, I'm Jacob. Jacob Evans. Pickles. 36 years old, and, you know, I'm a great guy. We should all love each other and think well of each other, and we should promote, you know, positivity and negate negativity. We should never be toxic. We should never think toxic. We should help each other, and I believe it is our civic duty as a United States citizen to be the best that we can. Always, all the fucking time. Compared to developing countries, we are so fucking privileged, and we are so unappreciative. The lack of gratitude fucking disgusts me to such an extent that I don't know. Just, like, I don't know, like, watch some drone footage of, like, real-time warfare, or, like, look at fucking third world countries on Google Maps, and then read an article, and it's like, you really fucking don't get it, do you? You really fucking don't get it. You're actually just that much of a not informed, you know, person. I've lived an extremely blessed life. I've gotten to experience a multitude of things. I have a lot of close friends and family. I've had the opportunity to work for great people, and I've learned a lot. I never plan on stopping learning. Learning is a treasure that follows its owner everywhere. And I will forever be a student. You know, not till I die. I know that doesn't make any sense. It's a movement I'm starting called Not Till I Die. It's a movement promoting wellness of mind, body, and spirit. And as the name infers, you nut till you die. You know, I don't think that's possible. I think you probably black out first, so it's more like nut till I pass out or something. But I believe with training the limbic system and your prefrontal cortex and your, you know, your ability to, you know, connect with people, right? You know, share a thought, share an emotion, you know, share bodies. But I don't mean like, you know, physically fucking. I mean like 2 people separate, right? But they love each other, right? And they can, you know, kind of like voodoo magic, perhaps, you know. Humans are antennas, and we are capable of sending and receiving data. After that, you'll have to figure it out yourself. If you start feeling weird, it's called cognitive dissonance. I'd look it up on Gemini. And or the avoid approach conflict. Essentially, you know, your mind holds 2 different beliefs or 2 different values that are conflicting with each other. Like, let's say you have an imaginary friend, and their name is what the fuck ever. And one day you get a phone call, right? And it's like, your mom's like, hey, what the fuck ever just called you? And you go, oh, I don't know what the fuck ever. You're like, oh, okay. Are you sure? Yeah, I've never met that person in my life. I've never seen them. I've never I've never heard of them talk to me. I've never smelled them. I've never touched them. Sorry. And I I was having a seizure there for a moment. And they go, okay, that makes sense. Sorry, you must be a stranger. Have the wrong number. Goodbye, what the fuck ever. And then that person, that kid, is like standing there, and he tries thinking of, you know, his friend. He didn't realize they're the same person, right? Because he just thinks about him, just an imaginary friend. How the fuck could he call me, right? But then shit starts falling apart, right? Because what the fuck ever is like, bro, you just ghosted me, man. And the other guy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Did you just call? But how did you just call me if you're only in my head? Right? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Cognitive dissonance. Is it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. The mind's eye. Third eye. Mysticism. Spiritualism. Religion. You know. Throughout all time, it has been documented over and over again. Is there quantifiable and empirical data? Not yet. But I think I can make some up here pretty soon, you know. I'm just waiting on the call back, you know. Just waiting on the call back. And yeah, I will change the world. Just remember, always think well of each other, you know. Be nice. As nice as possible, you know. Don't be negative, ever. You know? It'll be judgment by your peers, not by me. And, you know, it turns out I'm kind of a nice guy compared to most people. Kind of has some like extreme hot takes, but it's like when people sit there, you know, and they go, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, they did something real bad, you know, a heinous crime. It's like, what are you gonna do then? It's like, oh, you really wanna go there? Is it a straw man? I don't know, dude. People just trigger me sometimes. You know, let's all work together. Let's have a good time. I want to have barbecues with slip and slides, you know. Stuff like that, you know, we can, recreational activities, you know, in the basement, you know. Don't talk about it. I don't want to deal with the police. I'm not dealing with the police, okay? Police show up. I don't like to be hassled. I do not like to be hassled. Man, I'm really off topic. I can't keep my train of thought straight. But yeah, so that's how all that works. And I hope, you know, you had a good time. I'll probably be back tomorrow. But enjoy yourself in the meantime. Jacob Evans.